Take the point though, Tom. Priorities, yeah.
That's what I thought. No, we go to councillors. In councillor McCall online, I think is Karen there also?
No, she is not yet.
Not yet. But anyway, welcome to this biodiversity strategy workshop. I understand Karakia was done this morning, so we'll continue through. It's the norm. And not any apologies, I believe we have the apology from perhaps Councillor Morris. And Karen relations. So, got a chat, Laurie. Looking forward to working through your presentation and doing that workshop on biodiversity. So, where's the arco? So I'll hand you the arco.
Kia ora, Edward, thank you. E kamate I moira e ora nei, tēnā tātou. E ka mana, e ka reo, e ka karaka raka maha o tinotu. E ka mana whenua, e ka kainehira, tēnā koutou. I'm Shay, as you all know, I think, the strategy team, and I'm here with my manager, Hilary Lennox. And so welcome to the second biodiversity strategy workshop. Great to see you all here today. So I should just make sure we can see the slides. I'll take you through the agenda. It's not projecting.
So where are the slides?
Oh, the presentation.
Oh, so you've joined in the Zoom?
Ah,
Okay.
my apologies.
So,
I don't have them, don't you?
so you've got them open here.
They're on the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'm just going to join the Zoom meeting so that we can share. You don't have them on your laptop. Yeah.
Shall I just carry on with
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. My apologies for the lack of slides. I'll just carry on with a few bullets of what the agenda looks like today. So we'll start off with giving a bit of context of the work to date, which includes our workshop previously with ESP committee, and we'll talk about where the strategy fits. They're on. And then we'll check in with you on what we found in our work around vision, goals, and approach. And then we'll do a workshop on the regional approach in a bit more detail. And we'll finish up with next steps. Thank you, Carly. You're a nice man.
Hello.
That one. Yep. That's the one. Thank you. Okay. All right, so we've got a bit of an agenda and we'll move on to the work to date.
Did it work? No. Yay.
Fabulous. So over the past 12 months, we've laid the groundwork for the biodiversity strategy. We've continued to build alignment internally with the ORC team and to build our understanding of the situation, which has meant reviewing the existing strategies in biodiversity and biosecurity. These two here. And to reflect the partnership with Mana Whenua, we've set up a reference group and we've been working with Okaha and Te Ao Manawa. We've also been collaborating with DOC and territorial authorities through the Otago Biodiversity Forum, which is one of the big successes of the existing strategy. It's a really high level of collaboration already happening there. We've also been learning from other regions. We've been very lucky. People from all corners of New Zealand have been very generous and shared their challenges and successes with us. And we've also done a lot of work to understand the key strategies and policies that relate to this work, and that includes national policy statements, the national strategy, Te Mano Te Taio, the regional policy statements, both the current one and the proposed, natural resource management plans from Mana Whenua, the ORC strategic directions, which you'll be very familiar with, 2024 to 34, and the Otago Conservation Management Strategy. We've also looked at the territorial authority strategies to push that out as well. We've been doing engagement planning to make sure we include input from key stakeholders and keep the public informed. So a bit more of the work to date with yourselves. With the ESP workshop first time around, we covered a few things, including the importance of Otago's unique biodiversity to our communities, especially the Mana Whenua, who kaitiaki. And we discussed ORC's role, which is the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity and to lead biosecurity within Otago. And we do this alongside the territorial authorities, DOC and MPI. And since the 2018 ORC biodiversity strategy, we've strengthened partnerships, including with those groups and others, our capability, the knowledge we have of biodiversity in the region, and there's been increased funding. At the workshop, we also discussed the strategic directions, in particular, the aspiration around flourishing biodiversity. And we also discussed that we're not on track to maintain biodiversity. That's due to key threats like invasive species, habitat loss, climate change. So now's a good time to revisit the strategy. And then in October, we took a paper to council where council agreed on an approach that reflects partnership with Mana Whenua, which is the reference group, as well as working with Okaha and Te Aomanawa. Representatives Tawani Langsbury and Evelyn Cook have been appointed to that group, so that's getting started, and thanks to the council members as well for attending the reference group earlier. Council also noted the approach that we'll take, including collaboration with those agencies we talked about already, and taking a Ki Utoki Tai, that's to see approach, as well as including biosecurity in the biodiversity strategy. So where does the strategy fit in the puzzle of all of the legislation and documents that guide us? So the strategy articulates how ORC will fulfill its role in the Resource Management Act and the Biosecurity Act, as well as ORC's strategic directions, the regional policy statement, recognising and providing for interests in Mana Whenua natural resource management plans. And it also needs to be informed by national direction for biodiversity, biosecurity, freshwater and coast. Regional strategy is required by the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, and there's some instructive direction in Appendix 5 about what should be included in a strategy. And that also includes that we need to take into account the national strategy Te Mano Te Taio. And then the strategy should also include all the tools in the toolbox, so all those things like relationships, research, funds, education, coordination, empowering regulation. Yeah. So a bit of what we found in the work we've done so far. What we found was that councillors, Mana Whenua and our communities have established a vision and goals for biodiversity, as well as various approaches for achieving it in multiple documents. And in our analysis of those documents, we found a high degree of alignment between these, including the Kaitahuki Otago Natural Resource Management Plan, Te Tangi o Taira, the Motuheku version of that, current and proposed Otago Regional Policy Statements, and ORC Strategic Directions 2024. Similarly, we observed really strong alignment between those and the National Biodiversity Strategy. So we're in good company. So next, we're just going to share what we found there, give you a bit of an overview of what that looks like. And to do that, we've zoomed in on the two most recent documents where councillors, Mawhine and community have come together. And we've just provided a handout that recaps how those things came to be, which, fairly robust process involving all those parties. It's very much involved there. And yeah, we'll bring in the national strategy as well so we can see that alignment. And we'll check in with you on incorporating that into the strategy work moving forward. So here we are. First, when we looked at the long-term vision, we found a lot of consistency, as we said, across two key themes. A vision for a healthy, flourishing biodiversity, that the life force of nature is vibrant and vigorous, Te Māori hika hika o te tau, and a vision that people prosper as a result of a healthy nature, and that people are part of nature. Toitu te marae tāne mahuta, toitu te marae takaroa, toitu te takata. So these are present in the long-term vision in the regional policy statement. So there's some commitment there once that becomes operative. And you'll be familiar with that from the strategic directions as well. This also aligns with what we're hearing with all of the people we're collaborating with, as we've said on the right there, with the national strategy as well. So now open the floor to check in with you that this is a good thing to incorporate in our work going ahead on strategy development.
Open for discussion or agreement?
Agreement would be great. Discussion helpful as well.
Yeah, look, I think the work's really good. You've got a really solid background and foundation for moving forward, and I think that's a really important place to start. And the alignment of the three documents is a really important place too. So just affirming that, anything further to say.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Look, I feel like this is going to sound negative. It's not meant to sound negative. The other part that isn't in here is that private. I mean, this sort of comes in your second line there, but there's a heck of a lot. And I see emails and I see just work stories, and they're often on the ORC website as well, of private work in this space, just doing wonderful stuff without that context. And I just feel like it hasn't had it. Maybe it's part of the next part of your slide, is it?
It's very much highlighted in the goals. Thanks.
It's highlighted in the goals, but there's so much action in there, and that I just want to recognise that. And people just doing good stuff out there all the time, which is amazing. So yeah, I just felt like that there's that private partnership.
We're blessed in Otago with lots of great case studies.
Indeed.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Lynn.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think fundamentally the starting point is always the regulatory framework that that's either imposed upon us or we impose it upon ourselves. So I think you've covered the basis. So yeah, no, good starting point.
Thanks, Councillor.
No further comment? Continue after. Yes.
All right, we'll move on to the next slide, which is what we found when we looked into the goals in these different places. Again, we found that high degree of alignment. You can see lots of green ticks across the board there. So what we found was resilient, restored and enhanced biodiversity, halting biodiversity loss, predicting and addressing issues before they arise, empowered and involved communities. I think that's a good nod to what's going on out there. Enabled kaitahu, kaitiakitaka, and effective partnership between ORC and kaitahu. And these are present in the RPS, as you can see there, and the strategic directions. I think it's also fair to say it's what we're hearing when we're talking to our co-collaborators as well. And yeah, good alignment there with the national strategy. So I think another good set of things to recommend to you is, and check in on incorporating that into the work as we move forward on the strategy. I'll go to the same approach as before, questions or agreement. Yeah.
Sure. Invite comment. It's all straightforward.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very good. Fantastic.
Good to see them all aligned.
Fantastic. It is. So the next piece, we start to see a little bit less alignment down the bottom there, but we're very clearly aligned on a good number of these parts to our approach, how we get to the vision and goals. So what we found was recognising and providing for kaitahu interests in tauaka species, ecosystems, principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, weaving together mātauraka and Western science, so we can benefit from both of those knowledge systems. The Kiyotaki Kai, that holistic approach, again, it appears here, and we've already had some discussion on that. Understanding and responding to climate change, pretty clear one. And then there's some that are in the regional policy statement and the national strategy, but not so much in the strategic directions. The importance of mahi kakai, effective collaboration with the local authorities and agencies, connected communities, including rural and urban, and when we're responding to holding the decline, including both groups and creating connection there. And there were various additional approaches that were found in the national strategy, which I've just represented with that bottom line. So we'll start by checking in again on incorporating these into our development approach strategy, but in a moment we'll look a bit more broadly at approaches, because there might be a bit more to this. So just hold on to your thoughts around additional approaches there, if there's any open floor.
Opportunity for further comment. Oh, good. Weird.
I guess just sort of wanting to note and test that even the areas that don't necessarily have a tick, that's not saying that there's anything in direct conflict with that in the document, or even that it might be supportive, just that it might not be explicitly stated. I'm assuming. I'm just thinking about, like, for example, the importance of mahi kakai. We've got, obviously strengthening partnership with manufacturing in our strategic directions, and I would see that as sort of falling under that, even though it's not explicitly stated.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. Thank you, Councillor. That, if you think about our broader approach, strategic directions is part of that, but we have a way of operating that's defined by a lot of other things that Council have set, and that includes some really strong work to build that connection between urban and rural as well, for example. So, good observation.
Just
Te Mana Te Taia was the second national strategy. Previous one was 2000. This Mana Te Taia deliberately went very holistic, and that's why there's gaps there. But their first strategy failed to be implemented. So good. I'm pleased to see you are drawing it in to this process.
Thank you, Edward. I think what I've found is I've worked through this, and all of that work to date is, time and time again, this clear alignment there, and I think it probably speaks to the involvement of our Otago community in that work, and that many of the same challenges exist across the country. Okay. Anything further?
Welcome, Karen.
Right, Karen.
Doesn't seem to be any further comment. Pretty sure.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll just build on what we found. the approaches we have in our existing documents are important, and our existing strategy has seen us make progress. But if we're thinking about getting to here, which is that thriving biodiversity, and we're here, the current setup has us on this trajectory, and we just need to lift that trajectory. And so it was quite heartening to see a good number of other approaches outlined in Te Mano Te Taio that also reflects what we heard in many of the workshops and discussions we've had about the current situation internally, but also with the territorial authorities doc and others. Yeah, so there's also some pretty good alignment with those approaches in the Otago Conservation Management Strategy. So another place where our community has been has voiced their views and thoughts around how to address some of these things. So this presents an opportunity to build on the objectives, goals, and principles in the national strategy to formulate regional goals and a regional approach, and explore what that means for Otago. So there are a whole lot of objectives and goals in our national strategy and principles that frame those up. What does that look like in Otago, and what's our part in achieving that? So yeah, next we'll get your governance level insights to help shape that direction. There's quite a lot in there, and so there's a lot for staff to look at and progress around developing up that approach. But we've picked some questions here that we think is very much in your world. Yeah. So we have quite a good chunk of time to progress through this, so it'd be good to get your feedback. So we'll start off with our first question, which is framed up around one of the objectives in Te Mano Te Taio, around ecosystems and species being protected, restored, resilient, and connected from mountaintops to ocean depths, which encapsulates quite a bit of what we just talked about there. But also objective, number 9, collaboration and co-design partnerships are delivering better outcomes. So to achieve that, we're going to need some focus, and our role in the strategic directions give us some of that at the high level, and the visions and goals we've just talked about too. But sitting under that, we'll need some well-defined priorities when we encounter real-world examples and need to make decisions day to day. So our ICM program, Integrated Catchment Management Program, helps us identify community priorities, and it's very community-led and all about empowering communities. Well, our science program is developing advice on what it means to maintain Indigenous biodiversity in Otago. And so those things really crucial for us to know both of those, right? But they're not always the same thing. And you might have quite a large list of things that you need to do to maintain, and the community might be really intent on a good chunk of those, but there might be a gap there. So really after your advice on how we navigate that in the strategy, and what we could pull in to help guide us in those situations.
Councillor Weir.
Happy to jump in there. But I think, you know, in most cases, these two things are going to be largely aligned, and we won't have them directly opposing one another. And I think in any circumstance we do, it's going to be a bit of a way up of the value of each, which is hard to quantify and hard to weigh out. So maybe more of a case by case. But I think ultimately for me, the biodiversity strategy is just for exactly that, for maintaining Indigenous biodiversity. So that would be the priority for me.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Wilson.
Okay, I may sound like a record, a broken one, but so if I looked at this, the first question is for me is what is actually already happening there that's in a really good space. And I heard last night about a farmer who's over 25 years has regenerated 40 hectare block in the Catlins. Hadn't heard about it before, hadn't heard his name. Incredible work. And if I don't know that, then I can't even think to look at that sort of activity and say, what could we be doing? Is it a QE2 covenant? Is it fencing? Is it all that stuff? Is it rates for emissions or stuff? And that's the sort of high level I suppose we want to be at. Yeah, it's, do we have, through the work in the Eco Fund and any idea of what is happening despite us, as well as, and can we map this, what's happening despite us, what's happening in the dock space, which is what we think is what we're all collectively doing really well, but we know you possibly aren't. But the community is sometimes filling in the gaps. It's almost understanding the problem first, if that makes sense, because you've said that we're going backwards. I want to know where we're going backwards, but I also want to know where we're going forwards. Because, you know, you go to the Gilders farm and the wetlands have developed, the one at the other one, and that's in the South of River. There's other wetlands that are being developed that are fantastic. You know, I've seen wetlands that are being screwed by people driving through them in four-wheel drive vehicles. So it's that sort of understanding at that sort of level, so we can lift ourselves up and say what the policy is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I haven't got a feeling for that.
Yeah, thank you, councillor. I think that makes sense. I think again, it comes to that point of we have lots of good case studies and something. There's generations of work in this space to build on, right? And we stand to be able to be quite successful by doing that. Yeah, so I think it is a great point to take forward into strategy writing, and certainly something I'm very aware of. I think if I learned anything from working in conservation, it was how many people are involved and how passionate and how much gets done.
I think acknowledging at that point at the front end of the next, so I see that sort of question, and I see how, I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but it's all right.
Thank you, councillor. I just add that these two teams are working really closely together, and I think there's some good cross-pollination going, so that's another help.
Yeah, councillor Summerfield.
Thanks. Look, I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, the two biggest sort of causes, I guess, of biodiversity loss and threats to biodiversity are habitat loss and degradation and predators. If that's the case, is that looking at it in those ways a useful way of negotiating some of that community thing, whereas there may be communities who see a whole lot of the importance of controlling predators without perhaps thinking so much about the habitat in terms of land use. And Kate's example of restoration of an area of bush is a way of view that has been changed land use. So I just wondered if you might have some thoughts whether that's useful, and maybe that's obvious, but maybe it's not.
I think if I've learned anything from my science colleagues, it is that dealing with all of the impacts is important to create that resilience of biodiversity so that it can be maintained. I think that great example around predator control, and I think we've seen nationally a groundswell around working on that and getting some quite good gains and significant improvements to tools, for example, as well. But these are not mutually exclusive, right? So if you are involved in that work, you're in the environment quite regularly, and so you can start to see how those people might see those other impacts and be interested and keen to be involved there too. So yeah, really good point, Councillor Somerville. Something I'm quite aware of, that you know we have this Predator Free 2050 movement, but there's more to it than just that. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. In the freshwater space, I mentioned this the other day, but slightly different context this time, is that we are looking at the catchment context challenges, values, to try and identify on a sort of more regional basis where we need to focus on to get best return. So that work, I imagine, is sort of ICM and science coming together. So you're across all that as well. It sort of fits into those two categories anyway. So I assume you're across it.
Thank you, Councillor. Short answer is yes. I think they've been key collaborators, those two teams. There are other teams obviously as well, but I think what we've seen, the science is starting to show us really clearly, and the Parliamentary Commission for the Environment's been pretty clear that operating that catchment scale and taking that prioritised approach is key. And that's something I think it's great to hear you say it, so we'll take it forward into the strategy. Okay.
Oh. Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, one of the things I'm just wondering is in regards to that last sentence, priorities that allow us to maintain Indigenous biodiversity may not always be community priorities. A few weeks ago, I was up in Waipiata, Tiaki Maniatoto. They've got a great nursery. I think it's Waipiata. Pariura, yeah. And I was just talking to them there, and they're running out of funding, you know, and they're doing some really great work there. And I know also with the Yellow Penguin Trust, with the reserves that the trust has on the Otago Peninsula and Log Point and the Catlins, you know, there's no continuation of native plantings because we've run out of the money to do it and the people to do it as well. So, you know, those are the priorities that those community groups have. How would they differ with the priorities that you're suggesting here? I'll leave with you.
That's a really good question, Councillor. I think we hear quite a lot of that through the integrated catchment management process, those community priorities. So that's a really key part of this, I think. In terms of what the science is telling us, I think that scientists will necessarily need to look at all of Otago and the species and ecosystems within it, and how we maintain those. And sometimes that will look like you know, looking after what we've got, and that might mean having to do interventions on, for example, pests in some of those areas. And that might make, in that situation, that might mean that we don't prioritise additional planting, that we focus on what's there. So that's probably one example. But I think the balance of these two things is really important, and having the science team working closely with the Great Catchment Management team to make sure that the right science gets into that community conversation, that we hear those priorities really clearly, and then are aware of the gaps towards maintenance.
So how do you see collaboration working with these existing groups at the moment? I mean, there's many more than just the two that I've mentioned.
I think it's part of the situation we find ourselves in. That's a strength, right? And so we've been looking to build on that, and maybe that's, you know, when we think about where we're best to get them prioritised, where we might have the most impact. Maybe it's where those groups are already operating because they're already working at scale, well set up to deliver the impact. Yeah, and I'd like that back to the integrated catchment management approach, which is all about empowering those groups. As you will mention.
Councillor Forbes, then Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. And just going on from that discussion, I just wonder if we can have a bit more clarity around where maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity might not align with community priorities. Have you got some examples of that? And then we can start thinking about how we move through that.
That is a good question. I think might is a pretty important word there. So we're very aware that you know, the science will be across everything and be robust, as science tends to be. Whereas, you know, as Councillor Meffin has mentioned, there's groups already working on part of that, right? So I think part of our role of maintenance is to understand the whole picture and work with those groups where they're most effective, but understand where the gaps are and figure that out. So that's what we're looking for from yourselves is.
So might it be things like, I'm trying to think of some examples, but maybe waterfowl and wetlands, making some things difficult, or birds on the approach into an airport? Is it things like that? Or I mean, what happens at St Clair Beach if the sea lions really take it over and make it difficult for people to wander down there and get into the surf? Are these the sorts of things that you're talking about?
They're probably not
Is it
the
different?
examples I was thinking of, Councillor, but they're good points and are part of the big picture of maintaining biodiversity. Obviously with sea lions, for example, having the community be involved in looking after them is key to that. I think probably that I just go back to that example of yeah, we might have a large number of groups who are out there doing restoration planting and increasing the amount of forest. But we might also have an ecosystem there that they're not working on, but that is becoming degraded because of pests, for example.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, which is something that we should be aware of, right? It's because it's part of the big picture.
Thank you.
For that.
I was going to ask something similar. Is it, are you trying to get across the point that as humans use landscapes, they have values sometimes that don't align that well with the natural world too sometimes. If you look at a town, for example, people like to live in towns and they like to have sports fields and all those things, but actually some of our priorities don't align with Indigenous biodiversity. But also, I think what Councillor Ware was saying was quite useful, which was if we're doing a biodiversity strategy, should the strategy actually say what's good for biodiversity? And then there might be other strategies that say what are good for other things. But if we're actually trying to look at what is actually good for biodiversity, then yeah, we would take a science approach. And all those things you said, the values, I don't know, resilient, at scale, connected, all of those things, you would actually have to take them into account, not whether a group might like to replant a little patch of flax is actually quite insignificant and compared to protecting at scale, connected, and the ecological principles of protecting what you've got is far better than trying to yeah, do small scale patches of restoration usually. That would be your first. So yeah, what scientifically would work? And then the question here, I suppose, is to what level would the strategy then bring in what the human thinks about how communities want to interact in that space? It might be scientifically most robust to do a certain thing, but should our strategy be bringing in the things that, like Councillor Mepham's talking about, or also working with the realities of people who need to live in towns, or, you know, yeah, so I suppose that's your question, but I don't know if we're grasping it or what you're trying to get here. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you've hit on a really important point, and I did spend a reasonable amount of time trying to craft these so they're helpful. But I do note that I've potentially made it unclear with that last little sentence there. But yeah, I think you are grasping it as a group, and what I'd probably say is that, you know, there's some benefit in those two long-term visions, right? Because it helps us to balance that and how we think about this. And probably what we see with ICM coming out of the Catlins, for example, is the sheer amount of effort going in, interest in many of these things from the communities that we have in Otago and in the Catlins, for example. And they're operating across multiple different things. So, you know, the example I gave is probably unfair, that there is a lot happening in the space, managing what we've got and looking after that. Yeah, I think what we're looking for here is, you know, maybe there's just something we become aware of from that science point of view that isn't in that mix already, and what we should do there. Did that help clear that up?
Sorry. I still don't understand what we're trying to do here.
I guess from
If anyone else does and can help me, that's good.
Councillor Wilson and then Meffin.
It's what we're trying to do is say, you can look at this as a risk analysis and say, you've got a science saying that the yellow penguins severely at risk, we need to prioritise that because no one else is doing it. Or at the other extreme, you've got the community already invested in this project, and if we work with the community and just help them do what they're doing, everything will be right because the community know the community's best. But there will be things that fall out.
Yeah.
And it's, if we look at just the risks, and you'll get into things that like the fungi we saw up in Central Otago that's on dockland that we probably didn't appreciate until we saw that and read the paper. But you can go down rabbit holes that trying to do something that you may not actually improve anyway. And so I'm just wondering, are you asking us for guidance of sort of the methodology that to do that, or are you just saying we've got so much we can address here that there's different ways of dealing with it?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think that you potentially started to explain this better than I have. So I think you're right, there's a lot here to address. And our communities are really keen on addressing a chunk of that. And we see that in the caps, in the action plans. But there'll be more to it. And it's how we deal with that. I apologise if that sounds like I'm saying what I said before again. Does that help?
So can I just, so ultimately this is effectively about prioritisation.
Yes.
And the challenges that we are engaging our community, inviting them within catchments to prioritise, and we're effectively handing over that role to the working groups, which we did in the captains. We will also receive, as we have from Scott and others in the science team, significant amounts of information that demonstrate from a science perspective what may be required to ensure the support of Indigenous biodiversity that may or may not be well known amongst our communities. This table's got a pretty difficult role because you've got to try and weigh those things up, and again, as we always do, decide how we use our limited resources to the best effect. And that's balancing those two things. So I think from what I'm taking from this, within the biodiversity strategy, we're looking to be able to articulate how we will balance the priorities of our communities, our partners, and our science information, which we are generating, and other agencies such as the Department of Conservation are generating as well. So it's not too different to what we do all the time anyway. I mean, you do that all the time with things other than biodiversity, but it's important within the strategy to be able to articulate to those that are engaging with the strategy how this table will consider those things when we are making decisions on prioritisation. The only thing I would say is the idea with the strategy is that it's not up to only the ORC to invest in things that support biodiversity in Otago. It's also up to the partner agencies who are involved in developing the strategy. So that's, I don't know if that makes it easier or harder, because we can't guess what their prioritisation and how they will approach that as well. But the whole intent behind developing the strategy was to ensure that we had coordination across the numerous agencies involved in the biodiversity space, and that this was able to provide some guidance and support that decision making so that the investment was being put in the best place. But what I'm hearing from the team is it will be important for us to be able to articulate in some way how we will go through that prioritisation exercise.
Thank you for that. We've got three councillors with their hand up. Councillor McCall online, then we'll go to Councillor Metham, then Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Evan. I was just going to say what Richard said, so that was really awesome. But and I think it's really just this. What is our strategy? I think our strategy is that we put ourselves in a position where we can empower our communities and partners to work together for biodiversity, to maintain and to maintain biodiversity, or to maintain and improve whatever ad is, whatever we've set our targets at. So it's really putting ourselves where that we have the information to supply to the people that need information that are actually at the coal face. So for me, it's all about the communities and partners and ORC and everybody else working together. And so part of our strategy has to be how we can inform those people to make the difference. And that will start bringing in the requirements. So what Gretchen was saying, like, how do you bring in the requirements of development or urban development, or, you know, and at what levels you need. So it starts with, for me, I turn it around a little bit. It starts with the communities being informed by the science, but you got to have the science before the community needs it. So that's why it's so important that we continue, for me, that we continue developing a database of information about what's happening and where our risk areas are, and where our easy win areas are. That can make sense, that we can then relay that on to the communities, you know, to work within their means to maintain it into the future. I don't think we're never going to be able to have a strategy that says we want to have everything to be most awesome, because to be able to do that, we're not going to have the funding to do that. We may have the desire, but then we have to be realistic at the same time. So that's where this prioritization comes into it. So that will happen with, we're all in the same tent together. So that's how, I think that's why I'd like to see the strategy developing. I think that's what I've been taking out of the conversations anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, look, it's great that we're developing this biodiversity strategy, but I think there is a risk that we can be seen, if we don't do this properly, we could be seen to be the Johnny-come-lately, because there are groups that have been doing this sort of thing, biodiversity, focus on biodiversity, for over 30 years. So it's really important, because, and the fact of the matter is, we can come up with a biodiversity strategy, but we won't be the ones that are going out there and putting native plants up. We'll be needing other people. We will support that, but it will be the groups that are already doing it, and some who aren't doing it at the moment, but will be created to do it, that are going to do that work. So it's just that we need to manage that risk of being seen to be the Johnny-come-lately on this whole thing.
Councillor Malcolm.
I might be looking at it slightly too simplistically, but surely we prioritise as per our community values, unless those values negate our regulatory obligations.
Thank you, Councillor. Good point. I think so. We have a community value around this, right? So we have the aspiration of flourishing biodiversity, and then we have some goals that sit underneath around it, holding a decline, things like that, in the strategic directions. Is that what you're meaning? The strategic directions?
Well, surely it's up to the community to decide what they want to retain and have their catchments to look like. They'll actually decide that under our catchment action plans, and providing that those catchment action plans cover off our regulatory obligations, which may be keeping water to a certain level, or maybe keeping a certain level of biodiversity, or maintaining, or whatever that lawful thing for us to do is, we should be just ticking off where the community says they want to go, shouldn't we? And the only time we're different from them, or put work into other stuff, would be when we have a regulatory obligation to do so. Otherwise, we're doing stuff that the community doesn't want, that we don't necessarily need to do, and probably shouldn't be funding or doing.
Yeah.
I think you know, with a lot of this biodiversity work, obviously a lot of the work that ORC does in this space is non-regulatory, and it's about the actual delivery of the project that's going to make a difference. It's not ORC staff out there necessarily planting the plants. It's about empowering those communities. And it's especially when a lot of the work is actually happening on private land as well. It's something that we want to encourage and support people to do. It's not something we can go out and make people do necessarily. And so I think what we're hearing, or we're unpacking here, is that through the ICM program, what's really important is hearing from our communities about what's important to them. But a role that we can play certainly as ORC is we've got a lot of great information about, where you can get better bang for buck with the interventions. I'm a private landowner myself. I do a bunch of trapping work and planting, but if someone came along and helped me to understand, well, rather than trying to do that, if you do that, you're going to get better outcomes for X, Y, and Z. And that's certainly something that ORC, has a role to play. And so, getting that information out to these communities as well, and then the processors digest that, and then they come back and say, well, based on what you've told us, this is what we want to do. It's not necessarily planting a little patch of flax here. Actually, would rather go into the existing bush block and maintain that better, for climate resilience and purposes like that. So I think what we're hearing is it's a bit of a blend, is that we want to prioritise what the communities want, but we just want to make sure that we're helping them to understand where they're going to get best bang for buck in terms of their time and energy.
Councillor Robertson.
Oh, sorry, no, they're all done, thanks.
I thought it was a very good discussion, I think, and helped clarify. Oh, we've got Councillor Williams.
It's just kind of sort of lightly push back on that sort of idea of balance, like sort of reiterating what I said before, but maybe a bit clearer. I don't know. To me, this is a biodiversity strategy. We have an engagement strategy sitting elsewhere. We have other strategies sitting elsewhere in terms of our relationships with the community and our partnerships and stuff. And so, for me, the priority is just maintaining Indigenous biodiversity. However it's worded, it's basically what that number 10 is. Everything that sits under that, our relationships with other agencies, our deciding where we get that most bang for buck based on the science, and where the community is already working, where we can leverage that, is all just in terms of getting the best outcomes for biodiversity. It obviously makes sense to go where the community already is and is working and stuff, because you'll get better outcomes for biodiversity by doing that. And if you're not going to be getting better biodiversity outcomes for doing that, then yeah, the priority is the biodiversity. So I don't think it needs to be a matter of balance. I think that those community relationships just sit under that priority around biodiversity.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thanks. It must be late in the afternoon. I'm totally lost, to be perfectly honest. Number 10 says really from mountaintops to ocean depths, protected, restored, resilient, and connected. So then, are we looking to create a regional approach that's actually a legislated situation of that really says all dams are gone, or anything that might be in the way? We're restoring back to natural. There's some very overarching, broad but strong statements there. I'm really lost as to where we're trying to go here. I'm sorry, maybe I'm totally missing it. I've been listening intently. But we seem to be sitting at an incredibly high level in our discussions. I'm struggling to find the examples that we would focus in on, because from mountaintops to ocean depths is the entire length of a river. And so, but we have land use and we have activities and we have things that happen out across our regions, and the balance, which has just been said isn't important, is important across what our people do versus what we're trying to protect. And it just feels like we're not only at cloud level with this, we're sort of at satellite level. I just don't get it. Sorry, maybe that's me.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate the observation. I think so this point 10 comes from the National Biodiversity Strategy, and it's framed within that strategy around those dual long-term visions around thriving biodiversity and that humans benefit from that. Sorry, that's a paraphrase, but we've covered those in detail earlier. So I think that that's an important thing to note, is that sits within within that, just as all of the Resource Management Act does within those two mandates.
That's the starting point. There's a whole lot that sits within that, including land use and other activities, highways, motorway, you name it. But the strategy, it's not illegal. It's not it's a strategy to be incorporated and collaboration to be developed between all sorts of agencies and to assist, really, to encourage and assist communities to achieve what they wish to achieve in terms of turning biodiversity. I worked on both strategies, national strategies, so I understand what its purpose is, and to inform, educate, help, assist, and arrest the decline, I suppose, of biodiversity. So that's my understanding, and we'll rely on collaboration. Regional councils are pivotal in the whole process because of their facilitatory role and the ability to assess what biodiversity is like in their regions, in the functions they have. So that's my response. Kia ora, Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, I've got real problems with that word restored being so widespread. So is that saying restored? So we're going to take down the canals that came off the O House scheme? Are we going to take off the Clyde Dam and restore the ecosystem and species that were there? Or are we going to just do that on some small creeks around farmland in North Otago? And if we're going to do that, are we going to also take down the concrete structures that are the river of belief? And it's just where we say that word restored, and if that becomes a push for other parts of businesses to force that into legislation in other parts, I just think that word restored is an overreach or an under or not well enough described.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. A good question. I think what I would do is go back to our role, which is maintenance. And so we have biodiversity in the region right now, and our role is to maintain it. And so that means, what we have now is really important to look after. And I think that is how I would see restored, would be restoring what we have. And, I think does that help? To bring it back to that role.
I think no one's intending that we would remove, that this strategy is going to result in ORC pressuring to remove significant infrastructure around the region. So we're pulling what is in a national strategy and then trying to make sure that a strategy that we develop aligns to some key things. But we've got to be realistic. We as a council, we don't have the ability to, and I can't even see a situation where we would be saying pull the Clyde Dam down. What we do want to do is ensure that our strategy is aligned in some way to direction that we already get from national order documents, because we don't want to come up with something that's inconsistent with something that is already out there and has been developed and is guiding investment in other areas. So that 10 exists, and we don't have the ability to rewrite that. It's a document that's been adopted and it's in play. We do have the ability to ensure that our strategy speaks to that and sets our priorities in the direction that we would like to take within the Otago region, noting again that we're trying to influence others who are in this biodiversity space, because it's not all on us.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah. I see it as quite the opposite of where Gary is, and I'm so really happy to be told I'm wrong. And I'm going to give an ugly example. If I were, and I've heard and listened to Mr. Christensen appear in front of an RMA consent about gold mines, and he was saying, okay, we're going to cause some harm to the environment. That's just the nature of open cast gold mining. But in the offset provisions, this is what we're going to be able to do that meets these things and helps do those priorities. So we're going to develop wetlands because that's what you prioritise. We've got these ecosystems. We know that these are a species that are. Is that how that this may inform better results out of what may be infrastructure or industry happening? Is that how you could see it being used, that the offset provisions in the RMA actually may guide, at least give some priority solutions?
So when we're talking about the kind of those activities that are controlled under the RMA, those are other than when they're in water courses, they're more typically a TLA consenting requirements. So our regulatory functions really kick in anything to do with water courses and anything to do with biosecurity. But yes, if through that RMA process, when they're going for their TLA consents for that cubic meters of extraction, they might want to identify what's important in the region, especially to certain communities, and what's at risk and what needs to be managed. You know, there could be some education through the strategy, but those consultants would normally have a very specialist scientific team working on that as well. That would be, hopefully coming out with the same answers.
Yeah, and equally, if it were putting in a dam, it may be that you're at least concentrating on the outcomes that could be happening for the biodiversity. That it's not saying I don't care about snails. It's saying I understand there are snails here, and this is how we're providing for them because we understand it, and it gives that sort of guidance to that infrastructure rather than being void. Or am I hoping too much for the purpose of the strategy?
I think under the RMA framework, if you are doing that kind of activity, you're it's no net loss biodiversity anyway, and that is set through the RMA and through the district plans and things like that, and the national direction. What the strategy would help to articulate is ORC's role in all of that, and that we need to do at least maintain. Whereas I think under the current RMA framework, they have to maintain also.
Yeah, sorry. You're talking about the minimum standard in the RMA. I'm talking about the RMA, them actually going further than the RMA requirements and delivering something else willingly, I suppose. And this is where they could guide that there are some better things that they could be doing. Maybe I'm just being optimistic.
I think that, yeah, we could. I don't know if it's going to be through the strategy, it's not going to be that specific about what's needed for each area. That's the sort of detail that might come through when you take more of a catchment-based approach.
Yeah.
What we're trying to achieve today, and this is great that we're getting into these really curly conversations, and it might sound like it's all a bit high level, and that's deliberate because we're talking about a strategy here. But it's really looking at, we've got this national direction, we've got these other higher order documents that are providing some guidance on what needs to be achieved. And what we want to get out of today is that we're going to have a ORC strategy, and that needs to articulate what is ORC's role here and try and give effect to some of these other documents. And so that's why we need the direction from the governance team of ORC about what our role is. So it's really great conversations. I appreciate it might feel quite high level, but that's deliberate.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I think that earlier slide you had on goals and that you've distributed for us actually ties things down very nicely. And when I look at that, and you've got 6 goals on there, I think that's pitched at a good level. It's not right up here and it's not right down there, but for me, that's very easy to understand and clarifies things quite well. So I would recommend, if anyone's thinking, what's this all about? I find that goals section, that one, is actually really helpful. And we all nodded and smiled since that one round earlier.
Thank you, Councillor. Good feedback and good discussion.
Councillor Forbes.
I'm just thinking, those goals are great. I think we all seem to like them. But I'm wondering, there's discomfort around item 10 there, or point 10, ecosystems and species protected. The restored word is leading some people to think about taking dams out, etc. I think we probably need to have some sort of clarity around what we mean by that word.
It's not rehabilitation because
taking the dam out.
It's what?
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
really-
yeah.
It's not rehabilitation, so
Yeah, yeah,
are we,
yeah, that's what we're saying.
so you're comfortable with that?
Well,
Comfortable
yeah.
with
But
the
Tony,
word
type you may want a different discussion.
Yeah, I just think this needs to be quite clear.
So, we kind of need a diagram for this as well. So this is from the national strategy. And when the national policy statement from which is not regulatory, it's not binding, it's a national strategy. When the national policy statement, which is binding, when that's developed, that is developed in the context of the national strategy. And so then we've got the national policy statement. So when we're developing things like a regional policy statement, that needs to give effect to will give effect to the national policy statement. So yeah, the national strategy feeds into national policy statement, that feeds into the regional policy statement. And then when we're developing any kind of regulatory framework, whether it's the TLA is developing their plans, their district plans, or any of the plans that we're developing for certain activities that we control through the regulatory space, that needs to give effect to the regional policy statements. That kind of cascades through in that way. So they that number 10 on its own is not something that's directly legally binding. It cascades through the different statements through into those regulatory documents, but we're concentrating today on what's ORC's role in this. And we have a regulatory function so far as it pertains to biosecurity and any activities in waterways. But it's not to say that we're going to bring a rule that says that existing dams need to be removed. That's not something that's not the approach we would take. But if someone was to want to put in a new dam somewhere, we might look to our own regulatory documents, which hopefully would give effect to our strategy, our approach, to provide some guidance about whether or not that dam is going to be, excuse quotation, appropriate, or what kind of additional mitigations would need to be put in place to make that acceptable from a biodiversity perspective, to ensure that infrastructure does not result in any loss overall of biodiversity, because we have to maintain biodiversity as a region. Does that help at all?
Yeah, I think it does. Thank you.
Reference to dams, and if the resource consent come up, you would ask, well, why cannot the Elvers get up past the dam? So it's pretty obvious. It's just restore that. You're going to put ways for the operator to get those Elvers up.
Yeah.
And also to get the adults back out with chopping them up, without chopping them up through the turbines. That's how I read that. It's not literally.
And I think that's an
changing the
important point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was a really good example. Appreciate it. We're happy if we move on to the next question.
Sorry, but just pick up this restoration word. Is it more around, or restored? Isn't it more around we aim to restore where it is required or it's necessary or whatever, based on the science that says X, Y, and Z? Isn't that what we're, rather than just having restored in with protected and being resilient and connected? Isn't it more about that? Yes, no, maybe.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that is a good way of looking at it, and I think it probably echoes in my reading of it, the National Policy Statement, Indigenous Biodiversity. That does talk about restoration, and it frames it that way. As a paraphrase, I'm not a policy person, but I think that's a decent way of thinking about it.
Spent quite a lot of time on that page, if you want to do.
Sorry, Edward, but I think that's actually critical, because having been to Wellington on Thursday, when there was great emphasis by the government spokesman that they are going to be very careful to not put greater impositions onto private land, that to me is how you word the structure, is what what are you going to expect a private landholder to actually restore when the majority of our land in Otago is actually Crown land? So, you know, where is that boundary going to stop and start? So, you know, you've taken a property over that's been faithfully looked after the last 150 years, and all of a sudden we determined that 150 years ago there probably was glaciers there, so we've got to change things. So that restoration part is actually quite critical to me, really. And then if we also look at and I just look at the Kakanui River, where ORC did a Kakanui River Management Plan in 2016 that was to allow the river to stay in its natural form, and we formed within that we mapped the extremes of that river, and we were going. The plan was to manage that within those extremes of that river, and so understand restoration and work done within those with the extent of the river. But already that extent has moved. We haven't done that, and that's moved again. So it probably needs to be realigned for communities to survive. So it's just getting that. Yeah, that word just scares me the way it is sitting there, actually. But I'll leave that at that. But I just.
Yep. No, I think there's some this has been a really, really valuable conversation, because it's really helped us to understand, you know, what could be red flags, or what could really, you know, certain terms that if they appeared in the Otago ORC strategy could be very problematic. We've got to be careful about how we use them, or if we are going to use them, we've got to be a bit more clear about what it actually means. But just to reiterate, you know, that ORC's role traditionally in the biodiversity space has been non-regulatory. It's been about encouraging and supporting people who want to do the work, and giving them advice on, you know, where they can get the most impact from their investment in doing that work. That our regulatory function is limited in this space. And maybe we need to articulate that more clearly throughout the strategy as well, that we're not here to bring in new rules forcing people to do X, Y, and Z, because we can't. But what we learned from today is that we're just got to be really careful about. We're not proposing that these words here we're exactly going to drop into the strategy. This is the national strategy, and we're understanding what is ORC's role in giving effect to that strategy. And so whatever turns up in the ORC strategy, you know, be really careful about those sorts of words and what they actually mean in the Otago context. But that's given us some really good food for thought to take away to work on.
That's nice.
Yes,
Sorry. Just on that though, if we were to proceed with and including those words like protected, restored, and I accept that we may have some work to do there yet, when we get people doing new things, whatever they may be, we'll prepare a planner's report, and our planner's report would refer to this approach alongside all the other legislative legislation that sits in place, that council's position for that activity would be taken when we're considering it. So if we don't get this right, this is another piece of ammunition almost sitting towards that could be used to stymie or stop projects going ahead. But we have a government who is saying it wants more water storage, it wants an economy enhanced, it wants other things to happen, it wants to try and turn around the lack of ability to do things that we've had in the past. So doesn't that become, it will be something we would use against projects into the future, wouldn't it?
And any RMA an application that comes in needs to have regard to all of the regulatory documents that exist, and that would be things like our water plan, NTLA, district plans, and the regional policy statement. And what Shay's already identified is that the what we're talking about today with the regional policy statement already provides quite a lot of direction to that extent, but the regional policy statement also provides a lot of policies around you know, enabling significant infrastructure, for example. So it's not, there's a suite of policies that need to be considered, they're not necessarily hierarchical. So this regional strategy, the ORC strategy, again, is to map and explain what ORC's role is in this space. And part of that is developing a regional policy statement, which is developed with a lot of public input about, what matters and what needs to happen at the regional space. But a consent application wouldn't look necessarily at the ORC biodiversity strategy, it would look at the regional policy statement.
It's not, it doesn't carry the weight in terms of assessing it within a consent context. That's derived from our regulatory documents. And we're all clear, we've all heard the government's intention. I think what needs to flow on now is national direction that would then enable that to flow through to the regulatory process. The strategy itself won't, what it might be referred to as ORC strategy, it carries no weight in terms of the regulatory process that Joe's team oversees.
So you've got a few more pages left. So how are we going to handle this in the time left?
Next one, more straightforward.
Yeah, I think the key is the next one, so it's slightly more straightforward, and we've had quite a meaty conversation to base things on. The last one I can drop if we need to. I think it's yeah, I put it last for a reason.
Yeah, well, I thought that discussion was obviously
Yeah,
it was very important to
very important.
get clarity around what the role of the region is going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors, for a great conversation. Okay, so next question. So the national strategy talks about treaty partners, whānau hapu and iwi, our organisations, rangatira and kaitaki, and that innovative treaty partnership approaches have been developed and are leading the delivery of many biodiversity restoration projects. You'll be familiar with many good examples of this already in Otago, with mana whenua leading projects and projects with biodiversity components throughout the region. In fact, just recently, Hoani Langsbury recently shared the example of of Otago's involvement in leading the Sustainable Otago Peninsula, which is a community initiative that's just kicked off and has over 250 people involved already, which is pretty impressive feat. And then in the ORC world, the Treaty of Waitangi audit highlighted a robust and constructive relationship. Yeah, so what could the next step be on this journey for biodiversity? So open the floor to councillors to give us your contributions on that question.
In addition, all of the Rūnaka did have jobs in nature projects, which gave them all a bit of an impetus in terms of restoration work in critical areas that they had an interest in. I think they're trying to convert that now into ongoing activity in the environment. But it's aspiration. It's like coming out of the strategy, their aspiration for some of their biodiversity critical areas to cease and decline, I suppose. And at home we have a vision of seeing kiraru or hearing them or something like that. I've never seen one down there where I live until last month when one was lying, I think it was eating too many berries, it was lying on my road. I had to look after it until it recovered and flew off. But yeah, aspirational visions of a restored environment in many places. Good, Councillor Wilson.
Any time where I have seen good collaborative engagement here and that's been enabled by us, you get really good results. And I'm going to give another example from the Catlins. Is when we came and it was I think Dr. Fiona is somebody who I can't remember her last name. Yes, thank you. Anyway, it really empowered the community to understand that they had really high Mahikikai values that they hadn't thought about before. That is where you get the best results. How you get that is in those moments of absolute engagement. I'm not sure, and they need to be funded. I get that, and that's why I'm always supportive of that. But the problem is that timing. I know of other communities who are desperate to get on with projects, but they can't get that engagement to make sure that they're doing the right thing. And so I really welcome this and having a methodology about how we can get and ensure good, healthy engagement in the timely way happens. It would, I think, build relationships a lot better. And I think we certainly have got a role as a council to facilitate that.
Good. Karen.
Oh, well, I think Kate just stole my thunder, really.
Oh, sorry.
All good, Kate. Absolutely right. And so did you, Edward. The aspiration is there, and there's a lot of, as you're all expressing, there's a mataraka knowledge base that's saying we know there are things we have to get back. And I think that's that wants to be shared, it wants to be used within the community approach. I think it's a no-brainer, really. Calling on the whānau on what are the next steps, and they'll be wanting to get support for what they already know they're trying to do, and just don't have enough resource to get it done as quickly as they want. But it's the real issue about this, which we see in our other ORC documents, is recognition of what mataraka will tell us about how much more we can strengthen biodiversity because of the amount of benefits we get more broadly by doing that, by strengthening the biodiversity. It's got much broader implications than just the ecosystems themselves. It has knock-on effects in terms of the resilience and so on.
Councillor Forbes.
Kia ora. One of the things that I think is interesting here, and you alluded to it when you were talking about the Jobs for Nature people, is there's now much more awareness in the community of biodiversity issues and of what biodiversity there is. So the conversation is lifted a lot since people have been working in the Jobs for Nature area, and we're seeing it lift again in our integrated catchment work. And so I think that as part of this next step is to be talking to a lot of those people and, you know, and seeing what their thoughts are, because there's a lot more awareness than there was 5 years ago. I just wanted to contribute that in terms of next steps.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Webb.
I think there's just two parts to this for me, and the first will just be separate from the biodiversity strategy. You know, our engagement and partnership approach that the audit has highlighted, and that's working with iwi in pretty much everything we do, and that is obviously just going to feed into this biodiversity strategy and how we go about developing the strategy, as it should for other areas of council business. In terms of the actual strategy itself, said before, it's just outcomes for biodiversity, and so recognising mataraka as a really valuable source of information to get us to those biodiversity outcomes, and utilising mataraka and valuing it to help us get those outcomes is where it's at. And, you know, other iwi programs where they've got restoration and not restoration, plantings and other things.
Dangerous word.
Apparently. But yeah, to get those biodiversity outcomes. Just.
Thank you, Councillor. Good thing to highlight. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll move on to the next question then. Good conversation there too. So this one, the national strategy is looking at making sure there's the right resourcing and that there's really good connections between all the different players involved, including territorial authorities, regional councils, mana whenua, communities. And so what we find ourselves with is there are multiple agencies with responsibilities for biodiversity, each with a different role, responsibilities, strengths and limitations. And that means that we need to be clear about where each will focus the efforts and unique contribution. We each have different strengths. Really keen to understand your ideas about the steps we could take to achieve that clarity.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
And look, thank you. And look, I'm going to probably sound negative now, and I don't like sounding negative because I love all of this stuff. But the interesting thing here is DOC are a huge player. And we seem to be doing a lot of heavy lifting, whether it's through Eco Fund, doing things like bats, which they should be doing in the Catlins. And I appreciate they haven't got it, and the community want to do it, so they're doing it. That's great. Even doing the work on the fungi in Central Otago on a DOC reserve should really be DOC work. I don't actually mind us doing it, but I want to know that we're doing it, and I want our community to know that we're doing it and have that choice. And that, I think, is that work programs that we have to be really clear why we're stretching into that stuff, and that hasn't had that clarity before. I don't want to be negative about that work, but I want to know that we're doing it and why, and where those priorities are coming from. And that, I think, has been a story I haven't been able to tell as a councillor, having looked and wondered why we're doing things. So it's not a negative that we've done it, but I think we need to know why DOC aren't doing it as well. And I have no clarity on that. You may, because you work there, and you may be here because you got frustrated.
Thank you, Councillor. They're both great organisations to work for. And I'm not the leader of that organisation in this region, so maybe that'd be better placed. I think, yeah, really good point, and clarity is really important, right? And understanding the different parts that we play. So, yeah, hence we're asking this question. So, yeah, good points. We'll want to seek that. I think, any ideas about steps we might take to do that, I think is the.
Yeah, I think it's just been really clear about work programs and why and what we're doing. And if we put that, that's the highest priority. It's so special. It's only in Otago. Everything else, tick it off. That's fine. But we actually have to have that process because we're doing it willy-nilly at the moment. And again, I'm sure there's really good reasons, but that adds value to the community knowing it's there.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
Is that mapped anywhere? What each person does and what each agency does and where it is? Is there, can somebody go to a map and go, oh, that's in their space and that's in theirs, and these overlap?
Yeah, please, if you find it.
At a national level, the first 5 years of the strategy, all departments are meant to identify what they are doing currently, and then they're going to meet to step up each 5 years. There's implementation plans, so I think part of the role is for the regional council to talk to these agencies and find out where that particular implementation program is at. It's all about collaboration and being transparent. This is not going to happen with one agency. It just will not happen.
But to collaborate like that, we need to know what each other do.
Yeah.
And we need to see where those overlapping places are and figure out who has the resources to do that job rather than judging who's supposed to do it.
I think it's about identifying everything that could be done. And then from there identifying what is being done and more importantly what's not. So if it's in DOC's remit and they're not doing it, they just have to say we're not doing that. We know they're under financial pressure, the same as everybody else. And to Edward's point, they did a plan for 5 years worth of work. I can guarantee you in the last 18 months that's completely changed and would need to be updated, and that's fine. That's the cycle of government and the investment. And so by having these strong partnerships to enable visibility on that, there may be things that this council decides are important enough for us to step into DOC space and do for the benefit of Otago's biodiversity, but we need to understand what's required and what's being done and what's not being done so holistically, and that goes for TLAs, private, other government agency landowners as well. So this one's quite important for me because it was one of the key drivers for the strategy and for ORC to step into the space to start with.
It reminds me a little wee bit, on a very different scale, of course, of what we face with public transport. And as understanding what the Ministry of Education is going to do, for example, and understanding what each area can do, we can actually have a response. But it's very hard to have a response when we don't know these things. So I kind of think we do need to start at that place.
I just wanted to see maybe we've covered it there. It's just asking them what they're doing and figuring out what everyone's doing, exactly what Richard said is there. what you want? Does that answer that question there, or are you wanting sort of some more specific steps we need to get there?
Yeah, I think we'll address the question, because what we're hearing is that we do need to have some better clarity, and perhaps we could have a attempt through the strategy to better articulate what all the different players are doing in this space. And something that we definitely need to do through the strategy is even articulate what we're doing in this space, ORC, and tell the story about what we're doing, because when we talk about ORC's biodiversity work, what do we mean? And so part of the strategy is going to talk about what are we doing and what do we need to do? What do we need to do more of, less of? And that's going to, as we alluded to, we can make a plan today based on current circumstances. Strategies need to be live and living documents. And so they'll have to be revisited every couple of years, just in terms of, not rewriting the whole thing, but just in terms of our actual work plan that sits underneath that. It's going to need to be, that's going to have to flex and change with what's going on in our operating environment. Both to respond to roadblocks that we encounter, but also opportunities that come up. And so I think that through the strategy, we've got a great opportunity here to talk about what we're doing and what we're going to do more of, less of, in response to the strategy or in pursuit of those strategic goals. And then definitely what we're hearing is it does need to articulate what all the other players are doing as well, more broadly.
Yes, the eco fund's been amazing, the stimulation across the region. So those sort of stories, that information would be helpful, I think, for councillors to know what's just in their sector. I know, but that's what the regional council are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors. I think that was great, and it really, I think it's that kernel, but also what you said around it as well. The kinds of conversations we need to have with the other players. Thank you very much. Shall we move on to the next question? Okay, so this is very much in the economic space. So a nature-based brand being central to the economy of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and that's increasing support for nature and using economic tools to promote protection and restoration of biodiversity for its intrinsic value, as well as for the economic benefits it provides. So part of the national strategy. And some industries are already setting up assurance processes that include incentives for biodiversity action, NZFAP Plus, for example. And we're probably relatively all aware of the work on biodiversity credits at a national level that the government has taken on. And probably just say that that's a complex topic and maybe not something we have strengths in, but good to note that they're working on it. And additionally, some districts provide rates relief for people who have land protected by QE2 covenants, which is a pretty cool example of this kind of thing in action. So yeah, really, what is our part in this? Which economic tools might we use? And for example, should we explore rates relief for or incentives for people taking action that increases the resilience and health of Indigenous biodiversity?
We'll provide a more specific example.
Sure.
We should do that.
And Hillary will provide a more specific example.
A very personal example. So we've got, for example, so just a specific example. So we have a QE2 covenant over half of our property, and we don't pay DCC rates for that 20 hectares. So I don't know if ORC has ever explored something similar. Rates relief for people where they have covenants. But just to note, having a covenant is one thing, and then active management of that covenant is another. And so we might say, well, actually, you already get rates relief from DCC for having the covenant, but if you can somehow prove that you are doing active management of that covenant, then we'd like to incentivize that as like an added value on top of having the covenant. And I just had the discussion with Shay earlier. I said, well, how do I prove that I'm out there killing possums every weekend, other than bringing photographs into work? But there are accreditation systems apparently now in development, where landowners what's the body called? Toha setting this commercial agency, but they're setting up an accreditation scheme, a bit like getting like a green stamp, or any other kind of accreditation, where you have to demonstrate you're doing X, Y, and Z, and then you get the TOHA tick. So, you know, so that we're encouraging not just having a covenant, but actually actively management. Is that something that we want to explore as a regional council? That's just an example.
So Malcolm,
Yeah, the Waitaki district do also give you rate relief on QE2 covenants. Whether we stepped into that, I'd just put a caveat around that, in that a very big QE2 block that I know is rapidly growing in populations of pigs, deer, possums, and other unwanted species that probably the OLC is going to have to go and sort out a management plan to help them get that sorted out. And I think that might even be underway. So, and then if I've given that property rate relief, I suppose that would come back to your accreditation that you were actually doing that anyway. So if a property was actively doing it right, it probably, I'd want some caveats around it.
The other benefit of, not focusing on just having a covenant, but actually doing active management of an area of biodiversity value, is that, as we know, the QE2 have had some funding constraints recently, which means that they can't invite lots of new covenants to be established. So we could have a landowner that wants to do active management of their property, but doesn't have a covenant, but still would like some. We could still incentivize them to do the active management if we could demonstrate through some kind of accreditation scheme or other that they are doing the active management. So it's not just about, our focus is not just getting a covenant, it's about actually doing active management, perhaps.
Yeah, and so there's probably two wee parts of that would be QE2 has just been given some more money, which is really good. And that was, well, we heard that on last Thursday, but I think it's been made more public than that. I'm just really struggling with us doing too much. In fact, until the biodiversity credits actually land, because again, they talked about that on Thursday, and I think that's going to be quite a powerful tool to ensure, especially like 10 that we looked at just before, it actually starts getting activated upon, and that's to stimulate, on private land holdings that activity. So how we worded that in our strategy would be to maybe just to support national biodiversity initiatives, rather than say we'll give a rate relief. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just saying there's quite a bit of work to be done around that. All of a sudden, if we get thousands of hectares going into QE2 covenants or into biodiversity credit covenants or whatever, and it could be a huge amount of land that we are then not having a rateable opportunity on. And all that might just end up like a University of Otago. We can't get any rates off it. Just some thoughts.
go ahead, Councillor Callaghan.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the previous comments. If the precedent's already there, if other councils are doing it, then it does potentially make sense for us to follow suit as an encourager. But the more we offer, the balance has to pick up the cost. And that'll be, unless vast tracts of Otago eat up into that, then we've still got a rates need. Everyone else will pay. So yeah, I'm okay with these types of incentives. So
Councillor Simmer.
Yes, look, I think that's a very promising idea, and I think the word explore is very important, just to see what the range of options might be, what the sorts of things, and tie in with what, as Kevin was talking, what might potentially around biodiversity credits becoming nationally one day.
Good. I think it's reasonably positive in principle.
Yeah, good conversation. Thank you, Councillor. We'll move on to the next question, which we have time for. There we go. So national strategy outlines the fact that innovative solutions to biodiversity issues, including new tools and technologies, should be collaboratively developed and sought from a range of sources and deployed. So a good example of this is the government's investment in Predator-Free 2050 Limited company, which has led to innovation that slashed the cost of Predator-Free New Zealand from approximately $32 billion in 2014 to approximately $8 billion in 2024, which is quite a dramatic improvement. And probably one of the real benefits to Otago is that we're already using the tools that these guys have developed and they're already benefiting the projects we're running here. So this is a good example of innovation. But innovation is risky, right? And it can be extensive, especially if it is not successful. There's an example of success. And I'd also probably note that we probably could say confidently that it's not a muscle we've really developed a lot at LIC. Not on the level that Predator-Free 2050 is operating in. But there are many examples of us being an adopter of innovation. So eDNA technology, for example, is really improving our science capabilities and efficiencies. And we've also adopted frameworks that others have designed. So we've made good use of DOC's threat classification framework, for example. We've added value to that in the regional sector. The regional council worked together to bring that into our space to help us understand the status of our unique species and ecosystems. Our science teams have been very involved in that. So I think the question here is it our role to innovate, or is it to apply the innovations of others? And is there a role here for us to actually identify which innovations we need to help us achieve our goals?
Councillor Method.
Definitely, our role is to be innovative. I think every organisation should be innovative in every way possible. It creates an energy in an organisation that is really necessary. So, but I'm not saying that we should not apply innovations from others. We should do that as well. We need to be both of those things. So,
Councillor Wilson.
The success of Predator-Free 2050, I think, has not just been financial. It is the innovation, if you want to use it, the acting at scale. And I think our role is to get the best action. And I do wonder sometimes whether we should be really challenging the communities to come up with large scale catchment-wide projects and show that they can collaborate to do that, rather than smaller projects which are nice to do. And that is the innovation. I think the Predator-Free I'd use as an example. And while sometimes it is small scale, it may be just the habitat of the bat in one site, and that is small scale, and that will be significant. I think if we're going to learn anything, is about challenging ourselves to get the best out of the biggest bang rather than a lot of small ones. And that's just the place that's often the hardest to be. But also it's our role to guide people to work together to get to this place. I'm going to give the one really bad example. The thought that almost every year that I was on a council on DCC is we'd get a different museum coming and asking us for help because they couldn't work together as individuals to collectively to have one museum doing a good job well once. And so we just have to be sometimes think, how do we push people together?
Councillor Forbes.
And I think that is really key, as Edward has alluded to several times in today's meeting. But also, this is an interesting one. I think it's very difficult to really innovate from a position of local governance. I think it's probably almost more our role to apply innovations from others and to help them innovate and come up with new ways of doing things. We're really constrained by lots and lots of different things. And So I think using our strengths to identify and drive innovations needed to achieve our goals is probably where we want to go, but we want to drive that innovation in our partner communities and organisations. I think it's probably really hard for us to truly innovate from where we sit.
Councillor Robertson.
I think I was going to say the same thing. I don't think we should be leading research and development, but we should be learning from others and, as Kate said, looking for the best models, best practice. But I don't think we should be investing heavily in
too much
that type of thing. Yeah.
Councillor Callaghan.
I think we've got a terrible history of innovation. The Lake Hayes group wanted a monitoring buoy in the middle of the lake forever, and we halted them doing it, and now we've got buoys and lakes, and we're saying that they're great. I think if there's innovation out there, it's totally specific to the innovation, and whether it's very specifically useful for us or not, or specifically useful for a need across our region. And I think it would be applicable to each innovation as we see it. I don't think the door should be shut, because there may be some things that appear into the future that actually could be really great, like monitoring buoys and lakes.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, I think our greatest innovation is our enhancement of our engagement, and from that we will understand those who are trying to innovate. And to ensure that innovation happens, we should ensure that there's a lot of ease in this, ensure that we have an enabling environment to support that innovation. And that will be around non-regulatory and regulatory tools, that when someone comes up with an idea to increase biodiversity in an area, or a better way to ship gravel around, or whatever it is in our space, that we have got a really good suite of tools that allows them the best opportunity to prove that innovation and to make it happen. Yeah, I think that's our real strength. Yeah, and if that actual innovator just happens to be a staff member, albeit sensational, let's make sure we have all that encapsulated around that as well. So that's the way I would see it. Yep.
Councillor Weir.
Thanks, to stay consistent with all my other points today. Depends, right? If the data available suggests that we would get better biodiversity outcomes from using available funding for innovation as opposed to something else, then yeah. But actually agree with a lot of what Callaghan has said around like it's gonna depend, and we shouldn't necessarily close that off. But I think we're good at applying external innovations, and that's probably where we'll largely sit. But if we have an opportunity to leverage a strength of ours to help create a drive innovation, I don't think we should close off those opportunities necessarily. But I think we need to be striving for innovation for innovation's sake. But if we identify a need and we're best suited to lead that, then yeah.
Probably the innovations around collaboration and models rather than tools, which requires another type of skill base and resource. When we first started the initial biodiversity group, there was no such thing as drives. And a whole lot of other things. It's amazing. There's a lot of innovation going on out there. So I think just the regional council being involved, part of the ecosystem, innovation will develop. But the regional council has its part. But I think it's around the collaborate and motivate communities and others to do the work.
Mr. Chair, I think that is a muscle we are building. So let's keep on going. Go play. Oh, I see Karen has put a thumbs up. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for that discussion. Excellent contribution, guidance there. So on to the last slide and next steps. So yeah, we'll continue to develop the strategy, partnering with mana whenua, collaborating with DOC and territorial authorities, and we'll be looking to involve key stakeholders. And we'll build on the work we've done so far, to deepen our understanding of those objectives and goals in that national strategy, but our Otago context and our part in achieving them, our role. And then we'll work through to some regional goals and regional approach. So key dates then, 20th of May, look to present a draft to mana. 21st of May, back to ESP workshop to present the draft. Hopefully be able to come back and show you how we like the stuff you gave us today. And then 25th of June, we'll be seeking council endorsement of the draft before it goes out for that wider public consultation.
Councillor Wilson.
Can I just understand the timeframes and what you're expecting for a council consultation? Are you expecting to have hearings on the strategy?
We'll be taking a similar approach to the previous strategy consultation we did with climate change strategy.
So there won't be hearings, no, because it's not a regulatory process. So there's no set process for developing the strategy. So we put it out for public engagement. We probably put it out there along with a questionnaire to help gather the feedback on it, and we might do some workshops out there in the community, or do a bit of a road trip to socialise it. And then once we gathered all of the feedback, we'll bring that back here and process it all and understand whether we need to make any changes to the strategy and results in response to what the community said to us.
I suppose I'm just checking that it will hopefully be signed off before the leave Australian. Is that the plan? Because it will be very difficult to transition this over and their understanding potentially.
We don't have a target of getting this signed off before October, no.
Yep. Yep. Thank you.
All right, any further comments, questions? Seems not, so thanks very much for the presentation and walking us through the workshop. I think it's really stimulated a lot of good whatever we advice back, which will be reflected in the drafts coming forward. So ngā mihi kia koru and to the team who are working on the strategy. So thank you very much. And to councillors, Darren, also for your input. I think you've had a big day. You might have started quite early today, so we've reached, I think, the end. So I'll close the meeting as you opened this morning with karakia. Yeah. Lareira, unuhia, ture kapanui, kia mama, kia wate, tanako, tina me te wairo, I tāra takatū, koe a rā e rongo, i whakaire ake, kei ruka, haumi e hui e. Yeah.
Kia ora.
See you tomorrow. Ka kite.